Well, salutations. Good morning, good afternoon, and or good evening, wherever you may find yourself orientated within this universe, and welcome back to another broadcast. We are Ultrasonic Blur. We hope that you find yourselves well, and if not, well, we hope we are able to offer some entertainment in these trying times, and hopefully everything will go well for things. Back at it again with some more Ace Attorney on those side of things. The trials, the tribulations, we're going through it all today. As last time, well, we actually started up the game, and it was going quite well. It was kind of fun, you know. We got to experience the second trial, we believe it was. The second trial is what we saw from Miss Mia Fey. So that's gonna be an interesting thing. Options. It's just why is hang on one moment. We have audio going everywhere and doing every which thing. Let's see if we can fix this. It was a strange thing. Can't seem to figure out why it's doing this sometimes, but should be working. It should be coming to it, I think. Hang on. When in doubt, we do this the easiest way possible, and that's just. Maybe that works. Did that work? Hang on, is that working? Are you working? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. We'll find out in a moment. Please work. That would be wonderful if you would offer to work. That would be very nice. You just want to work? No, you don't want to work. You want to do a very annoying little thing, don't you? Oh, where does it want to do this? Yes, and you come to on the wrong thing. Hang on a moment, this is going to be fun. We just gotta figure some... Close this... Hang on. Let me rewire this damn thing. Oh, it's in our head as well. I'm figuring that out. I assure you this is not normal. It's not normal like this. Let's just put that there. Then that might make things sound a little weird for a moment. Don't worry about it. We've got this. We've got this. It's fine. It's not scuff. Actually, no, apparently it's okay to be scuffed. We're not 100% sure. It's fine, we'll ramble. And you'll hear us just figure this out as we figure this. Oh, come on, where's that line? It's in our head. Something like this? Should be something like this. There we go! Okay. Oh, good. We're all squared away on this. And then, yeah, like that. That should work. Okay. You can't hear it yet, but we'll pull that up. And there you go. Now we can do this and get back on through with the trials and the tribulations. Have we got this working? Ah, fantastic, we do. Everything's back to working, which should be. Let's just now just kick this thing. Ouch! Out the way. Back that there. And there we go. Okay, so yes, continuing on from the trials and tribulations, we finished off the stolen turnabout investigation. We are now on to try and figure out who actually done it, because all we're really doing is... the time is 1 AM? Beep, beep. Wait, hang on. Oh, did we not... Oh... We did not... Okay, well, okay, I guess we're going to do a whirlwind recap then. Oh boy, that's not great. Okay, so we accidentally did not save. Whoops, that's unfortunate. So it's fine, let's just get through this as quickly as we can. We already know everything we're looking for, so it's fine, and we can just skip through most of this bit, so yeah. It's fine. This is what we did last time, as it were. We saw Mask de Mask, and all this stuff. So that was good, which is fine. Unfortunately, we can't skip the cutscene, which is technically counts as. But hey, it's okay. We're fine. It's unfortunate, but yes. I guess we'll quickly redo this. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes or so to get through this, but essentially we were at the trial. So yes, the Mask to Mask salutations. We do enjoy you, but anyway, let us come on, get through this. get through this, and we'll figure it out in but a moment. We'll skip. Hang on. There is an option of skipping text. Hang on. No, it's not that. It's text skip, full skip, hold. Okay, saving that. Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's the speed we want to get through this at. There we go. Yeah. So yes, the Korean village had a sort of museum showing at not a museum, and then a thing got stolen, and then we had to do some stuff. So let us make our way through this. Yeah, we got the whole everyone figuring out who they were again. So then we end up in the Treasures of Korean exhibit. There we go. So yeah, this was nice. Oh yes, and then there was Adrian Andrews as well in the basement, right? We go past this, we go through all of this. Yes, there's Adrian Andrews. We remember seeing you. This was back from Talking About Goodbye, right? Yes. We talked to you about this. Yes, that was 7 months ago. We spent the whole time in the thing. Lordly Taylor, this is where we're at. This is what we're doing. She spent all her time talking about stuff. Let us, hang on, let us, plumb through our research notes again. How did we do this in the thing? In the order of the ways, and the what, and the how. Yes, yes, then we examine, we we slide, and then it was here, there we go. That was it, yes, with the shishishto, that was right. Yes, we're remembering this stuff now. Ah, vaguely and barely. So yes, that's all good. Yes. After waiting, we did the wonderful thing. We had the food. It was all good. Then the sacred urn. Yeah. Then we saw that it had been stolen by Mask the Mask. Yes, talk about what the sacred urn is. We remember this, about how it said army, not I am. And it said that because, it was, Pearls who broke it. Alright. Yes, and it became useful in a murder trial. What to do? Okay, yes. Blah, 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 blah. We did that. And then last year's incident. See, look at this. We're flying through this. We said it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. But that's all good. We'll, it's a good reminder for us after we were somewhat stressed over the whole, other situation. We swore we would have saved this. Did we not save? Well, these things happen. Right, then we went to the exhibition hall. Then from the exhibition hall, we met Gumshoe, wasn't it? Yes, then we met Gumshoe. See, we're remembering all this stuff like it only happened yesterday, which it did? No, it didn't. It almost did. Sort of, kind of, maybe? Not really. It may as well have. So this is what happened. We all know about all this stuff. Yeah. We know it's the urn. And there we go. The ace detective. We talk about Master Mask. He's a great phantom thief. Leaves a calling card. We've heard about something like that before. It's quite funny, you know. That's a haha. He's actually a Joker. All that. It's a Persona 5 reference. Do you get it? Probably. We hope, anyway. So let's skip through this. Still skipping through this. We're almost there. Right. We did that. Then we go to the warehouse where it's like, haha, here's everything that was going on. Yes. Then we've got you. We have to talk to you. Yes. Sorry. Oh, yes, I'm wonderful and amazing at everything that I do. That was the ace detective. Indeed. Then we had to talk with you. Then we had to present the thing, didn't we? Yes, about how those two are, arch nemesis to each other. And then, yes, you're at Lordly Thing, the night of the crime. You mentioned that you got hired 20 days ago, and then 10 days you got the card, so, yes. Alright. Yeah. There was something weird that we realized is, like, there was a thing that people had mentioned, well, a lot of the in-game stuff, they'd mentioned, like, the whole, he goes after, yeah, like, if you check this, take her to that speckled urn. That was one thing. I'll be coming to Purloin, the most priceless work of art on display in your Treasure of Crane exhibit. Take good care of that speckled urn, won't you? Yours truly, Master Mask. Didn't Adrian say that it was worth, like, nothing? So why is he after this? That's a good question. Anyway, let us skip through this. This makes you wonder how a speedrun of this would look, because it's all just menuing. The entire thing is menuing. The whole time. Anyway, examine the box. Not a pathetic looking box, don't touch it, but you made it. There we go. The Shishishto. There we go, which means 7 sword. And then we got clocked in the back of the head with it. But apparently it was over there. Yes, we remember this. Okay. Yes. Bonk. Bonked onto the back of the head. Then we've got this, which did the whole computer thing, where Nick's like, hey, we saw the one photograph came about, but we couldn't see what the photo was. We could only see that the photo had been made. So then we were looking at the statue of you, because it was moved. So it was there. But that was there. And then we were like, this is paint, right? Okay. Yeah. That was basically that. And we're like, it looks like it's got that box on the corner. Then we move to here, where it's like, hello, we've caught Master Mask, so we gotta go to the detention center, right? This is what we had to do. Yes, something like this. There we go. So now we move to the here. We move from here back to the detention center. Then we meet Mr. Ron Delight. Yes. We remember this. Stop it! Please don't ignore me! There it is. There he is. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Ron Delight. And your Master Mask, right? Yeah. And his whole self-confidence thing. There we go. So yeah, can we go see Desi? Hang on, Sacred Urn. He says he lost the urn, doesn't he? It's like, he left, he doesn't have it, but he'd give it back if he could. So he lost it. Oh yeah, so you lost it on the train? No, but something like that. Yes. Then Desi, who's Desi? That's his wife. Aww. So there we go. And that was everything we had to do here, right? So then we move to the hideout. And then we talk about the hideout stuff, and yes, there's Desiree Delight. Aww. So we talk to you about Ron. He asks you to see each other. Yeah, and all that stuff. Hey, he's just a really big fan of Master Mask, except for the fact that he is Master Mask because he has that symbol, which is only on the thing, which is weird because... So is he or isn't he? We're not 100% because he shouldn't have that balloon, should he? So yeah, let's present. What did we present again? We present. No. It wasn't that. It was Master Mask we had to present, wasn't it? Yeah, about Master Mask, how he's the biggest fan. Yes. All right. Yeah, we did that, and then. We talk about his delusions, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What else did we do here? We examined... Can we do the examining stuff now? No, we can't do that. But can we do any of the other stuff here? Maybe. We did that though, so anyway, what are we doing then? Then we move... Oh, that's right, we got the, we got the letter from Desiree. So yeah, we present you with this letter, and you're like, please take me as a client. So yeah, we did that. So blah 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 blah. We take his case. Pearl gets upset at us for thinking that we're betraying her trust. She lashes out in anger. Then she runs off. back to the agency, and it's okay. Everyone's slightly sad, but not to worry about it. Everything's fine. Now we move to the Wright & Co. law offices again. Pearl's actually there, and she's like, oh, I'm really, really sorry. I accidentally did that. Please, let me go make some cake. Let me have some tea. Where she bought that, we don't know. What kind of would have been nice is if we turn back up first, and then she comes in. But I think it's implied that she was there to begin with, which means she basically ran, and then immediately felt bad, and then went and bought a cake, and then did it, and we just kind of meandered our way back. I mean, we spent a little bit of time with Delight, but it wasn't a whole lot. So, it's kind of there. Then we go ahead, and it was here, right? Yes, because Miss Andrews is here, and we see her, and she's like, I'll make you a new one! But we don't need you to do that. So, now she's really upset again, and that's fine. The security, you basically left it all in the hands of Damask, didn't you? Yeah, because this is where she's like, oh, it's not that expensive. But that was you. Then we went to the detective agency, didn't we? Something like that. Is anyone here? Looks like nobody's home. Yeah, we tried going there. But yeah, that was, no. What do we do then? Do we go here? Do we talk about you about anything? See if that's worth doing? Oh, that's right, yes, we have to talk about Pearl and how the mothers and they're all alone and things, didn't we? Yes, that was right. That was right. That was a thing we had to do. Yes, because there's Pearl's mother and how she's in penitentiary and all that stuff, and Korean village custom. Yes. Yes, we did all of this. So yeah. Then we did Maya's mother. No, we didn't do Maya's mother. We talked about Maya's mother and how she was involved in the case 17 years ago. All that stuff. Nick, yeah, acted like a baby. Yeah, this was nice. And then she's like, oh, I'm gonna be really nice and do that stuff. Then we moved to the detective agency. Yes, there we are. Ah, you see, you're here again. Look at my Sherlock Holmes cosplay in the background. Oh! Yes. Okay, so then we talked to you about this stuff, because then we got the Cyclops stuff, didn't we? And that was pretty much it. And then we had also to talk about Godot, wasn't it? No, then we had, we're almost where we're at, because we went through all of this. It's incredible, like we said, this will take about 20 minutes, and we spent 4 hours on this. 4 hours condensed down to 20 minutes of just holding the technically the backspace button, though, circle. Yes, then there's the Cyclops. Maya's like, I didn't know you could do that. Even though have we not used Cyclops in front of Maya before? Is this legitimately the only time? It can't be, surely. Was it? Huh. Okay. So yeah, now we present to you the Magatama, and you were like, nothing happened. We don't remember exactly what it was he was saying about this whole thing, but he was like, aha, he never came through the door. Oh, that was right. Yeah, he never came through the door, but or he never saw him, and he must have come in a different way. But we have the camera data which shows that he did go through the door, and then Gatmi is like, haha, why would that be? If he was unconscious, then that would have happened, and we can present the Shishito to you to show that you were in fact clobbered unconscious. And he's like, yeah, fine, I was. Which, you know, makes sense. Why he didn't have more than one guard, we don't know. But, yeah. Anyway. Yes, this is it. This is the whole, I was actually clobbered. Just for a moment, sir lawyer. The security cameras. Ah, and then we get to see the photo here of Mask to Mask. Okay, very much. And as we see him, the reasons, there should be a thing. So yes, now we have to, that's right, he deduces that from, there should be, no, we don't want to move, we want to examine this, right? Yes. This is what he said. And there is like, it's a thing, $50,000 KB security. Oh, and then we have Larry show back up. We forgot about Larry. So yeah, if you missed last time's stream, you didn't check the VOD, then don't worry about it. This is here you go. This is everything we did, and now we have to talk to Larry about the whole thing, don't we? So yeah, let's talk about Larry Butts. Let's talk about why you're here. Oh yes, and how he's constantly in bad luck with love. And then he's got the wallet. He hands it back, but it's Ron's wallet. Yeah. And he's like, yo, I just brought it back, despite the fact that it's, you know, like, the whole thing about working at KB Security. Then we wanted to present the key card to him, because we wanted to ask him about what the key card does and all that stuff, so we get that updated. Then we present the blackmail letter, and he's like, oh my god, please don't make me pay you $50,000. Which makes us wonder what he thought he had a secret on. And that was fine. And we'll talk, because yes, he mentions how he works at KB Security, but this was from the office of KB Security, so blah, 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 blah. Beep, talk about her Pearls, who's got lost, but she's at the detective agency. Butts just is disgusting. We move on from there, we go back to here, and then oh, yeah, Pearls said she got lost and she was scared, so that's all fine. That clears this up. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, now that you mention it, here is the big smooth. Yes, this was it. What could be in here? Hey, I can't do it. This is true. I'm curious. Well, what's in there? Hang on a second, taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Yes, it was a whole thing. You catch me. There we go. We figured this out. Yes, and then we talk to you about tomorrow's trial, Damask's identity. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Da, 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 da. Damask's identity. Da, 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 da. Okay, and then we talk about Godot, the best prosecutor in the country, and even Miles Edwards acknowledges him, apparently. And that is where it ends. There we go. That's where we're at with everything. And then we have the to be continued. Did we really not save there? How did we not save there? Save your progress, yes. Did we not? We really not? Did we really not? Well, we did now, so there you go. Ta-da! We have just made it through most of this without too much issue. Where are we at? Yes, October 13th, 9:36 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Hey, Nick! Also, let's just off that, and then, there we go. Okay. What is it? Is something wrong? Nah, but did you see all the people here? It's kind of crazy. Oh, so check it out. Master Mask bought glossy. Check out the Master Mask glossy I bought. Oh, what? You bought this where? From the little tents in front of the courthouse. They have all sorts of things for sale. You know I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. Stuck into the court record. Just whatever. Come on, I'm guilty! Throw the book at me! Who's screaming like that? Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it! Yeah, I did. But it doesn't look like things are going to get any less ugly for you. Because I did it! I'm the criminal! Me! He's at it again. I said the calling card of Lolly Taylor! I admit it! But you don't have the sacred urn, right? Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that I didn't commit the crime. Just normally when I say, of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic, but with you, yikes. Anyway, I admit that I'm guilty. Make sure they give me a guilty verdict, please! Oh, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie. Oh, Desi, honey. Bonjour! Well, Actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French to you at a time like this. Leave it all to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. You see, the thief is me. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that my Ronnie is innocent. If he's declared guilty, I'll be ever so cross with you. So, why are you smiling when you say it? Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got some errands I need to take care of. I'm counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck. Yeah, to be honest, I really don't know whether Ron is Master Mask or not. But there's only one thing that I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now. Mr. Delight, it's time for you to enter the courtroom. For the time being, I guess I'll have to trust Desiree. Please do not scream that you are guilty from the second you get in. Oh, we also get to see Godot. We forgot about that. That's gonna be fun. Alright, 10 a.m. Ooh, it is the dude with the face mask and things.
The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
And what about the prosecution? Are you prepared to...
What a stupid question.
What did you say?
Fine. Let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready to pass judgment?
No, no, I'm not. I will pass judgment after I hear arguments from both sides.
Well, if you're not ready yourself, you shouldn't expect others to be. That's a rule to live by.
Who are you?
I'm Godot, legendary prosecutor. I've never lost a case.
Ooh, that's smooth jazz! Ooh. Ooh, what a tune. Ah, he's the one that Detective Atman was talking about.
Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far?
None.
What?
What did you say?
I've never prosecuted a case before.
Never? But you said you've never lost before.
Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either.
Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you?
Even the mightiest of redwoods began their lives as mere saplings.
Yes, but a mask in a court of law?
Ha! Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks. Either on our faces or over our hearts.
Phoenix, what is he doing?
This guy's the real deal, alright, Nick. Oh boy. Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal, huh?
So, we finally meet. Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Huh? Nick, is he a friend of yours? No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite. Just who is this masked man?
I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you.
Well then, Prosecutor Gobo.
It's not Gobo, it's Godo, Your Honor.
Well, in any case, please give your opening statements.
Opening statement? Those things are not even fit for dogs to consume. I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Trite.
What is it?
Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? I wonder, how much can you withstand before you and your case break in two?
Well then, let's hear from the first witness.
Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Yay! It is Gumshoe. We can always rely on dealing with Gumshoe. Hey, my name is...
No one here has asked for your name, witness.
Uh,
The important thing is what you know. That's all. Start talking. We're listening.
yes,
Alright, witness. First, let's hear about, what you know about the thief that stole the urn.
yes,
Yes, what do you know? Master Mask's crimes.
Master Mask is a master thief that first started his crime spree about 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This was his 5th heist, and as usual, he sent a card onto Lonely Taylor. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're sure it was Master Mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T.
So then the actual identity of this masked mask is... Mr. Godo, what are you? We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godo.
Blacker than a moonless night. Hotter and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please, proceed.
Very well. It's only coffee after all.
What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial, Your Honor!
Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Well, Nick, what are you gonna do? As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Master Mask who stole the urn. How the fuck are we gonna go about that? The only thing but we can't... Okay. Master Mask is a master thief that just spotted his crime spree 6 months ago. We know that. Yes. Have you been involved in the investigation from the beginning? Yep. Nobody knows more about the thief than me, pal. It's true. I'm a Zavari, author on thieves. An author? He's written books about thieves? I think he probably meant to say authority. The fact that this guy could slip through even my fingers shows how good he is, pal. Yeah, it's easy when those fingers happen to be butterfingers. Press more? So nobody knows more about the thief than you, huh? You got it, pal. Except for maybe the thief's mom, that is. But isn't there someone who knows even more about him than the police? You don't mean... Detective Zavari, do ya?
Who is this person? Zavari? He sounds German.
His name is Luke Apme, sir. I guess I shouldn't have made up such a silly name for him. What the heck? I guess he's not all that famous after all. Anyway, it's true that he did manage to retrieve the last item the thief stole.
Oh, I see. It seems you're not the expert you claim to be.
It looks like the thief is toying with me even now. He's so confident that he says his calling card before he commits the crime. Have you seen all of these so-called calling cards? Of course I have. Except, the person in charge of the treasure exhibit never brought their card to the police. So I didn't see this one until after the crime occurred. That's because Detective Atme stopped Miss Andrews from taking it to the police.
Was the calling card that Lordly Taylor received authentic?
Well, all the cards have one common identifying feature. But we're not releasing that information to the general public.
But you're absolutely certain that this card is real?
You can't say it out loud, but I bet he's talking about Master Mask's emblem. Yeah. This was his 5th heist, and as usual he sent his card on to Lordly Taylor. His 5th heist, and your 5th screw-up, huh? Objection, pal! That ain't fair. Maybe you could say I screwed up 4 times, but this last time wasn't my fault. I didn't even know about the calling card this time. You of all people shouldn't be chuckling about this, Detective Gumshoe. Nah, excuse me. I didn't screw up 5 times. I only screwed up 4 times, pal. That's slander. I just want everyone here in the courtroom to know something. If you ever get a calling card from this guy, don't go calling some stupid private eye. Call your local police right away. Got me? Wow, looks like he has really got it in for Detective Atme. His pattern is to always go after the most valuable precious art pieces. And you're sure this is one of them? Art pieces? Like, what for example? Well, his first target was the famous Tear of Imanon.
And what's that? Some kind of especially salty teardrop?
No, sir, it's a blue diamond, a single rare diamond. Next was the crown of Bongora, you know, the thing you put on your head. After that was the left hand of Hades, and then the portrait of Megina, sir. Detective Atme retrieved the portrait of Megina and returned it to the museum. And the target of his fifth and last robbery was the sacred urn, right?
But isn't it difficult for him to dispose of such famous art pieces?
Well, we assume he must have some underworld connections. Somehow Mr. Delight doesn't look like the type. Yeah, he's a little too sunny to be hanging out in the underworld. That's why we're sure it was Master Mask, sir. Fits his MO to a T. And what do you mean when you say it fits his MO to a T?
I was thinking of asking the same thing myself.
I wish you would listen a little more closely, pal. First of all, there's the calling card. We're 100% certain it's authentic. Then there's the fact that he seems to know all about the security system. And finally, his target was an art piece. These are all of the thief's modus operandi.
And so, since this robbery seems to fit all those conditions...
That's right. It means the Master Mask is behind it. Nick, it definitely looks like it was Master Mask who stole the urn. But there's no real evidence either way as to whether Ron is Master Mask. But yeah, also the urn hasn't turned up yet, let alone in connection to Mr. Delight himself. So even though we know it was Master Mask that did it, maybe for the time being I should try showing it wasn't Master Mask that did it. Yeah. The best option we've got then is... it fits his MO to a T. If we will present you with the Sacred Urn, supposedly priceless but has no monetary value. That should be something, although they could very easily argue that he didn't know that it was priceless and it was sold as priceless and he didn't know the price from the thing, so it's risky, but this is at the very least worth looking into. Can I ask you little something, Detective Gumshoe? Just hearing that little in that question is making me nervous, pal. You said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right? That's right, pal. But there's just one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art. What do you mean, pal? Nick! How could you say such a terrible thing? No, I meant from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price.
Well, Prosecutor Godot, what is the value of that urn?
The appraiser I spoke to said that they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense.
So in other words, it was not the kind of item that Master Mask would normally go after.
If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the thief of the Sacred Urn was not the work of Master Mask.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. The argument made itself, but...
Well, first of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Master Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godot?
This coffee here. It's my own special blend. I call it Godot number 107. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now, Mr. Trite.
What?
If you're really a man, you should clean up your own mess.
Sorry, but I don't get what you mean here.
If you're saying it wasn't Master Mask that stole the urn, then it must be someone imitating Master Mask's methods. A fake?
Fake to Mask?
Fake to Mask? It sounds so ridiculous. But you know, I kinda like it.
Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Trite. Proof that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake.
Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behaviour, his point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting.
Looks like I'm gonna have to prove it. Oh, fuck. I need proof that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was in fact a fake Damas. Right, let's have a look at what we've got then. Trust exhibit approach to the Korean village. It says no monetary value. This isn't helpful because this is definitely 100% true. Warehouse camera went off at 1 AM on the night of the crime. Security camera photo. So that's Master Mask. Okay. And that's what Ron Delight is wearing, bar the mask and the headpiece. So, how are we going to deal with that? Okay. Blackmail letter, Ron's wallet. That just shows that it's not Ron. Which doesn't help. Keycard found in Ron's wallet. Out of security, release a record when used. Check this. Oh! Are they going to go ahead and say that it's the piece in the middle? Would that be something? Yeah, it's got to be that. So we need proof that that knight was a fake Damask. This has to be it because that's the only thing that we can present, right? The proof is right here.
Well, this looks like a photo taken by a security camera.
But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it.
Ha. Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use this pointer and show us just what about it is so peculiar.
That would be here, right? It's right here, of course.
You mean Master Mask?
I have here a piece of reference I would like the court to take a look at. Isn't that the publicity photo I bought this morning? Shh, they don't know that yet, Maya. I'd like that stricken from the record, please. The problem I have with the security camera photo is the brooch on Master Mask's chest.
A breach? Here? Bailiff, get my steed! We need to retreat at once!
A brooch, Your Honor. It's a sort of clasp for holding one's cape on.
Clasp, eh? I see now.
But Master Mask in the security camera photo... he has no brooch on! That brooch is the same as the emblem on Master Mask's calling card and serves as his symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this Master Mask is a fake! I've been fooled again!
Order! It's truly remarkable. Undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how could you have overlooked this?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I...
Hey now, you're a rock star. Get your game on and go play. And if you're gonna have a pity party, you better invite me too.
Mr. Godot, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch?
Ha, the brooch you're talking about. Do you mean this? Ah, okay.
That's Master Mask's brooch?
Where did you find it?
Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue.
Buddha statue? He must mean the army face statue, huh? Well, why didn't you tell me about that, sir?
I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence. Right in my nature's pocket.
This guy's one cool customer.
It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there, too.
Hickeys?
Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm referring to Ron Delight's fingerprints.
What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch?
Well, shit. Now we're up shit creek.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, let me see this brooch.
I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her.
It appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth on the left of the back.
Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem. Found in the shadow of Army Face statue, looks like it was torn off of some clothing.
Ha! You mess with Godot, and you get burned.
He's been playing me like a damn fiddle!
Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness.
You're done with me, but I haven't proved anything yet.
You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough.
That doesn't sound good at all, sir.
Bailiff, bring the next witness into the courtroom.
Finally time for the ace detective to make his appearance, huh?
Looks to be that way. One second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry up.
Shh! Silence! Now I see it. It's all becoming clear.
What's clear?
Zirari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What we have here is a judge and a prosecutor. A coffee maniac at that. Am I correct?
Well, yes, that's right.
Ha! Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person that's ever been able to penetrate my secret veil.
Well, Sir Prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Look At Me, ace detective and rising star illuminating the heavens. Boy, these two make a perfect pair. They'd either be best friends or they'd tear each other's heads off.
I've heard that on the night of the crime, you were all alone on security detail.
You have heard correctly. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything at all, that is.
That is a good question. Is he worth anything at all?
Why is this guy all by himself? Was he all by himself anyway? There must be some reason. I'm sure of it.
Well then, tell us what this special monocle of yours witnessed.
What are we looking at then? What I witnessed. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date had changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Master Mask, dancingly descended upon me. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police. 30 minutes you were out for? That's...
So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal?
My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, that is limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural.
I fail to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening.
Well, Sir Old-Timer, let me explain. We're not speaking of any ordinary thief, but of the king of thieves, the great Master Mask, my archenemy. That is what my instincts and my years of experience tell me.
Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Oh boy. So... Let's see. What have we got then? It's approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. He's saying that he was hit and that didn't have anything happen to him, right? That can't be what it is, because of what Godot just proved. So that would be 1 o'clock on the morning of the 12th, correct? That's an impressive deduction, sir, lawyer. You were on security detail that night. Where exactly were you at the time? A penetrating question. I was in the basement warehouse near the computer. Near the computer, huh?
So then you weren't trying to remain hidden, I take it?
Up to this point, I have tried to remain concealed while waiting for the thief. Yeah, he said the same thing yesterday, too. You also said that they've never spotted the thief at the crime scenes before. Precisely! That is precisely why I chose not to hide last night. I knew that by not concealing myself, I would be putting pressure on the thief. Looks like the thief was the one applying pressure on your pigeony head, that is. In any case... That is when my nemesis, the infamous Master Mas, dancingly descended upon me. Dancingly descended? From where exactly? Well, from the entrance, I suppose. Where else? So in actuality, he neither danced nor descended. Someone please save me. So how is it that you didn't notice the thief? My eyes were looking for the thief's shadow, while my ears listened for his footfalls. But even so, the dastardly criminal managed to sneak up on me. It can only be due to his subtly camouflaged cape and soft-soled shoes. I hereby dub you Ace Dunce. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. You didn't see the criminal's face when that happened? Well, that's the difficult part. How should I put this? I saw his mask. That's all I can recall.
It's not very solid as far as testimony goes.
However, fortunately I had my third monocle, the security camera, at the ready. It captured his image perfectly. This should be sufficient, I believe.
Well, as long as this photo is authentic, I don't see a problem here. Well, Mr. Grow, do you have a problem with the photo?
Do you?
Good. Then let's continue with the testimony.
Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. I don't think that's the case, because the whole thing about this is that it looks like it was torn off of some clothing. And the photo afterwards shows that, so you can't have not landed a blow. Mr. Atme, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours? Aha! This belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch-nemesis, Masked Mask. It is, in point of fact, Master Mask's brooch. It was found on the floor in the basement of the warehouse. I wonder how that happened. Ha! Elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously it wasn't glued on well enough. Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off a piece of clothing.
Ripped off?
Ah! We can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone that night. It's the only thing that I can think of. And there's only one person that was in a position to have struggled with the thief. The only person that was on security duty that night, you, Detective Atme! Detective Atme, you must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie on your testimony to the court?
Witness, giving false testimony is a serious crime.
No. Wait a second, and a moment, old-timer.
Don't talk to me like I'm living in a nursing home.
I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately.
The true measure of a man is in the amount of work he does. That's what I've always say.
Nick, you can only handle one case at a time. Isn't that right? Oh, you talk too much.
Witness, so are you now saying that you and the thief fought?
Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules.
Indeed. I understand. I, Luke Atme, agree completely. Indeed, it is true that I looked away from the door for but a brief moment. However, look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights only with his own fists, but they were not enough. That's not actually true. There are forms of what is considered gentleman self-defense, which use things like canes, umbrellas, other things like that. It is not just hand-to-hand combat, so that is 100% not true. Though gentleman boxing is apparently a thing that was done for a while. His first blow struck true. Bam! And that's all she wrote. So so he only hit you once. You never landed a single blow. So you're saying that you never actually managed to hit him, you just grabbed the brooch, and in the point of getting rendered senseless, were knocked unconscious and pulled away.
So in the end, you did catch a glimpse of Master Mask?
Correct. It was during his third crime that he struck me from behind. It seemed that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak.
Well, that's certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case.
That can't be good. Okay. Let's see then what we've got. Indeed, it is true I looked away from the door for but a brief moment. So why did you look away from the door anyway? In addition to the camera, I had prepared a variety of other sensors as well. The alarm on one of those had gone off, so I had to check the data. That's why I went to the computer. Elegantly, of course. So you were momentarily vulnerable when you were working on the computer? What should I do? Should I ask some more questions? Ask about... No, that's enough for now. Well, we know for sure that Atme looked away from the door. I think I should ask about something else now. Alright, so you looked away from the door and then... Okay. You cannot be so easily discombobulated. What does that mean? Discombobulated? Oh, really, Phoenix? Come on!
Young people these days, they really irritate me. They allow perfectly good old words to die until everyone forgets what they mean.
Sorry, but what exactly does it mean anyway?
No, I've forgotten. What was I saying?
Jeez, it's better than old people who forget what they were saying 5 seconds ago.
Well, it looks like we've cleared that up. You can go on with your testimony.
Unfortunately, the thief grabbed the weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. What do you mean by weapon from the side? Well, naturally, that the thief had no idea that I, Look at Me, was hiding in the area. You weren't hiding! He grabbed the sword from the statue that was standing by the door to the warehouse. Sword? You mean the sword that was all twisted like a tree branch? Correct! Fortunately for me, the blade was not sharp. Okay, so he is talking about the Shishishto.
So the thief armed himself with a sword. And what about yourself, witness?
A true gentleman fights only with his fists, but they were not enough. Well, why were they not enough? You had that much faith in your own fighting abilities? But of course, in college, I was the second in charge of the boxing club.
I'm sorry if I failed to find that appropriately impressive.
However, my opponent in the ring this time was my arch nemesis, Masked Mask. This guy's a real piece of work. His first blow struck true, and that's all she wrote. Can you tell us a little more about what happened? My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powericious. Powericious? Can we just stick to using the 2 words? I assumed the Acme fighting stance, but a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me. What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? You were blinded? The Acme fighting stance. You were blinded. What do you mean by that? So what was this flash of light that blinded you? I was bathed in a golden light. It seemed to come from the statue of the woman. The statue of Army Faye, I'm guessing. Well, that wasn't very much help at all. What do you think, Nick? There's one thing that I'm absolutely sure of now. Yeah? And what is it? This Look At Me guy is definitely hiding something. But why? I think I'm starting to figure out what really happened that night. And about the true nature of this detective. Yeah, isn't true. However, I cannot be discombobulated. So let's have a look at the fighting stance. Yes, let's go about this. It's Parishus. There we are. Should ask more about the Atme fighting style. What is this Atme fighting style? I'm sorry, but that is a trade secret. I can't really say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That way no one can get behind you. That's it? That's the Atme fighting style?
Well, Mr. Wright, what about that testimony?
Wait, no, that is important. Because, of course it's important. We've learned the detective's secret technique after all.
Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night.
Who the heck is he eyeballing me like that? It's kind of creeping me out.
Now then, witness, we'll go ahead and add that secret information to your official testimony.
Put my back to the wall, but the thief's blow landed upon my third eye. Yeah, no, because struck to the blow to the back of the head. You said that this was to the back of the head yesterday, didn't you? You said that. Detective Atme, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards. What fun this is, sir lawyer. It is truly a pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet. I believe this is what you said yesterday. No, the coward must have wormed his way through somewhere besides the door. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here.
From behind, huh?
But just now you testified that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think you could forget where you were hit on the head. It seems I've made another mistake. Detective Atme, that's not the only strange part of your testimony.
What do you mean by that?
For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were going to help with security. Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad in our times. That's just wrong. Oh, an objection from you.
To err is to human, to forgive is divine. Humans aren't machines. They have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate. And yes, they even make mistakes.
Hey, hold on now. It's not as pretty as that.
Really? What is it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. It's one of my rules.
Fine. This is it. This might just be my chance to turn things around.
Mr. Wright, what exactly is it that you are asserting?
Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that Mr. Atme is Master Mask. We have to get it off of Ron Delight. We have to put that finger elsewhere. Yeah. The answer is simple. It's all clear to me now. Detective Atme, Luke Atme's true identity is actually Master Mask.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
There are too many unnatural parts in Mr. Atme's story. He says he was hiding at the crime scene, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then in his last case, he manages to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure. That's because I analyzed the crime scene data and made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up on clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a... Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that, Detective Atme. The truth is that you are, in fact, Master Mask.
But Mr. Wright, this photo, it clearly shows Master Mask. The security camera belongs to Lordly Taylor's department store. He shouldn't have been able to manipulate it.
He didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretense of providing security. Then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn.
So, the ace detective is actually an ace thief. Is that true, witness?
Damas Demo is pure genius, and so am I. Look at me, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I am impressed, Sir Liar.
What? Witness, you're admitting it?
Nick, now's your chance. Yes, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Atme, when you assumed the thief's identity... Holy shit, what the fuck?
Gato Blend 102. My personal favorite.
Mr. Gato.
The ace detective is actually an ace thief? I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true.
Mr. Gato, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and I
will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of whole cloth. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt. Mr. Trite, if this detective really is the thief, then show us the proof as you claim. But it had better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee dripping down your face.
Jeez, you threw hot coffee at him? Okay.
Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see this decisive proof you have. Quickly.
Oh, yes, of course. What's the big rush? Are you alright, Nick? I mean, looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right now if I can. But can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Mr. Atme is in fact Master Mask has yet to be found. We don't have anything. Proof? Of course, I've got nothing.
Just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get, after all.
We don't have any proof. Because...
I see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion.
This is no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove that this guy is the thief. Oh, don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again. But it's no good. I'm just not ready yet. But are you just going to give up and let us lose this? So you've come to your senses, have you, Sir Lawyer? I can't think of a counterattack at all.
It seems the cloud of suspicion surrounding this witness has lifted. Mr. Gatto, if you have anything further to add, then...
Hold it.
Who?
Desi?
Who are you?
That doesn't really matter right now, does it? Mr. Light, what are you doing here? Nicky boy, the thing you've been looking for, I think I found it.
You mean that bag?
No, not the bag. This, well, it's what's in the bag. Well?
That's...
the secret urn! Nick, it's the urn! Okay.
Order! You, madam, that urn, where did you find it?
You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective. Look at me. Oh, Desi! You're the best! Okay, it has pink splotches all over it. So, okay. Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Atme? It could have been Desi who planted it there, we don't know. Even if you're going to have a hard... Even you are going to have a hard time weaseling out of this one.
Ha. Pathetic. Mr. Gatto, do you have something you wish to say?
Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad.
You're still denying that Mr. Atby was involved?
Before casting aspersions at Detective Atme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree. Desiree Delight, is that correct?
Yes. What about it?
Ha! How charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring.
What are you insinuating?
As the wife of the criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere. Including the office of the good detective here. So, you found the urn. What does it prove? It certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it.
What? I just brought it here from the detective's office.
But how can we believe that? Please, madam. This town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy we have been witness to.
You're wrong. I would never do such a thing. Mr. Light, please, Nicky boy, you've got to help me talk some sense into these people. There must be some way. I've got to prove that the urn was actually in the Atme Detective Agency. Wait, so if it was in that bag, we touched it. Could we use our fingerprints to corroborate the story that it was in fact there from yesterday at the very least? Testify about what I saw. I can show fingerprints on the urn. It's got to be that, right? I can prove where the urn was by the fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints, eh?
Oh, come now. Now you're really making me laugh, Sir Lawyer. Fingerprints indeed. May I go on? Good. Now, it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. So, unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence of anything.
What about it, Mr. Wright? This witness's fingerprints would not mean anything.
Nick, what are you going to do now? Who said I was on about his? I've come too far to turn back now. Atme must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday. And there, I'm sure someone must have left fingerprints on it. Yep. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn. So what is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway? Mr. Atme, do you recall the events of yesterday? Hey Nick, come on, open it up! Hey, wait a minute, you can't just open up his private property. Oh, don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. Of course we can break the law to investigate. Well, what's in there? Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Hang on, I think there's a button here. No, never mind. Well, hello there! Why did you go that German at that point? It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at the time, but I did touch what was inside. What? You touched it? And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard, like porcelain or clay. Well, that was just... Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in Detective Atme's office.
Well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it?
Of course it does.
What did you say?
It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibit, said. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it was after that. And that was yesterday at Atme Detective Agency.
This blend. Gatto blend number 107. I've decided. It's a little too bitter after all.
Jeez, okay.
Order! 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 I accept the defense's request. Bailiff, take this urn and...
Wait! Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that.
No need, you say?
Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn.
What are you saying?
Yes! I've finally broken him down. Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. This guy's nuttier than a fruitcake. Those don't even have nuts in them. You see, it was me all along. I am the one and only Mask to Mask. I hope you all enjoyed my little performance. Okay then.
Well, Mr. Gatto, what's Mr. Atme's condition?
He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be.
Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief.
Nick, you were right after all. Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief.
The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight.
Hold it! It's gonna be him, isn't it? Yep. You're wrong! Wrong, I tell you! Not exactly wrong so much, but actually not right is what I was really trying to say. Oh no, he's not. This can't be happening. The thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures? It's me! I'm him! I'm the one you want! I'm the thief, I tell you! So do it! Pronounce me guilty, please!
I don't know what kind of kangaroo court you all think this is, but...
The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry and pass judge... What are you talking about? I already confessed! I'm the thief, I tell you! Yeah, but you confessed second, therefore it doesn't count.
Mr. Gatto, don't just stand there drinking coffee.
Hey there, Mr. Thief.
Yes, sir!
If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean.
If you are Master Mask, then prove it. That's what it means.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'll be happy to. He says he'll be happy to, Nick. It's kind of cute. He's 100% committed to this fantasy.
Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man.
I know that. I won't fail, I swear. Also, how old is Gatto? We just realized. How old are you? Age? Oh, no. Age? Fucking shrugs. I don't know.
Okay, then. Talk. We're all listening.
Oh, well, let's have a listen to this confession.
Master Mask's identity. The truth is, I've been Master Mask all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually Master Mask, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen, after all. I donned my costume that night and dancingly descended upon the scene of the crime. Look, you can see right there in the photo. It's me. As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all!
I don't like the direction this trial has taken.
But this is how every trial goes. At least with me, anyways.
Ha! You're doing great.
Oh, stop it, Mr. Godot. You're embarrassing me. Aww. He's just an adorable little twink, isn't he?
Like I said, you're only gonna get one chance to testify, alright? But if you make it through this with flying colors, I'll keep my promise too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true Master Mask.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godot. I'll do my best.
Alright, Mr. Wright. I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination.
Master Mask's true identity. The truth is, I've been Master Mask all along. You may think that you're the real Master Mask, but your wife thinks you're delusional. I haven't told Desi yet. About my true identity, I mean. Believe me, I've got my reasons. By the way your room is decked out, how could she not know about it?
Even thieves have complicated family situations, I suppose.
What should I do? Seems like we're about to get sidetracked again. No, leave it. If we're getting sidetracked, there's no point in digging through any more of their dirty laundry. Well, why don't you continue with your testimony for now? I mean, you can't prove that I'm actually not Master Mask, can you? I thought you were going to be the one to show us the proof. You know, that you're the real Master Mask and not just some kind of obsessed fanboy. Hey now, that's not fair! Why do I have to do all the hard work anyway? Maybe because you're the one making the outrageous claim? For a change. Come on, Nick. You know that Mr. Delight couldn't have committed the crime. You're the one with the fancy law degree. Time to put it to actual work already. I need some kind of proof that Ron couldn't possibly be Masked to Mask. Well, I guess if you had that kind of proof, we wouldn't still be here, would we? For the time being, maybe I need to shift strategy. Should I try to show that Mr. Delight couldn't have stolen the urn? Anyway, I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen after all. I mean, you can't prove that I'm actually not Master Mask. For an alibi, what if we... What does this say again? Check. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 AM on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. That red diamond you received instead. Wait, hang on a minute. Hang on. This... hang on. Wait. No, hang on, this doesn't make any sense. Because it's the diamond is a blue diamond. But... Oh, what was the... Hang on. What was it that... Hang on, this case is weird. This is weird, because this... Blackmail... Okay. For now, let's not mention the red thing. But this was given to you, Ron, right? Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before, correct? That's...
What is it?
It's a blackmail letter. For what looks like, that's what it looks like from the contents.
Blackmail?
According to this letter, at 1 o'clock in the morning on the night of the crime, Mr. Ron Delight was ordered to go to the offices of KB Security.
1 o'clock in the morning?
Correct. Which is around the time that the security camera photo was taken. So if the defendant was at the KB security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves that he has a watertight alibi. No! Furthermore, considering the distance between Lord Lee Taylor and KB security, it would have been taken 30 minutes to get there by car. According to Larry, anyway.
Well, Mr. Godot, do you have anything to say? And stop drinking that coffee!
Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong.
You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godot. Alright, I'll try. I'll do it. I will. He's really got Mr. Delight all worked up, hasn't he? Yeah, he's like a kid at his first day of school. Mr. Wright, it's true that I received that blackmail letter, but whether or not I actually went there is a whole different story, right? Oh, sorry if I'm sounding dramatic. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about.
That was brilliant.
Well, Mr. Wright, it looks like you need some more evidence after all.
Yeah, we were thinking that.
Damn it, stupid kid. Now then, let's see your evidence. Demonstrate to this court that Mr. Delight actually went to KB security that night.
We have this here, Ron's wallet, don't we? Yeah. Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct? Yes, it does. I had lost it somewhere.
Mr. Wright, when you find a wallet, you should report it to the police right away.
No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence.
Evidence?
Mr. Delight, when did you first notice that you'd lost your wallet? Let's see. I think it was on the night of the crime? But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner. This wallet was found at approximately 1 a.m. at KB Security headquarters.
What? Oh, surely you're not serious.
Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was in fact at KB Security that night. No!
This is indeed sad. Romanticists are blind to the reality that lies before them.
Huh? What does that mean?
Why did Mr. Delight drop his wallet at KB Security? What purpose did it serve? Perhaps it was dropped by his wife to create a false alibi for her dear husband instead.
Sorry, but Mr. Delight probably dropped it himself when he went to use this. The keycard to KB Security's CEO's office.
CEO's office?
What's wrong? No snappy comebacks? The fact that Mr. Delight entered the CEO's office around 1 o'clock that night...
No! Order! So when the theft of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB Security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense.
You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me... well, let's just say that my Godot Blend 107 impresses me a lot more.
What are you trying to say?
You say the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of the security company? But did you actually investigate this CEO at all?
No, I guess not.
Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof. I'm not sure what I think of that.
Not sure what I think of that. Well, at least I know what I think of you.
It's a good point. I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office, but you will need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright.
Nick, I think we're gonna have to track down the CEO guy. No, I don't think we have to track down the CEO at all.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Trite?
Well, there is someone else who can testify. This is the person who can identify that the keycard was used that night. That'd be Larry, wouldn't it? Because he works there.
Well, who is this useless-looking young man?
If you know for once, Your Honor, you're actually right. You don't remember him, Your Honor?
Not exactly. But just looking at his picture makes the bile start to rise into my throat.
Looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago, huh? He probably blocked that out of his memory on purpose. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security that night.
Oh?
The question at hand is this keycard. Yep, that's the keycard they use at the building I work. According to the serial number, this one's the CEO's office. You needed to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it'll leave a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. Alright. As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing the keycard's data. Looks like he got gut punched there. Okay. But that's still really flimsy because it just shows that the card was used. It doesn't show who used it. There's something going on here.
Well, Mr. Godot?
The name of the CEO of the KB Security is Kane Bullard. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data. Here.
So what does it show?
Each card has its own serial number, and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 a.m. on the morning of the crime.
Okay.
But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed up as Master Mask in this photo.
Ha! It looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a good cup of joe.
So then...
Ron Delight was clearly in the office of KB Security CEO at the time of the crime. Then the prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it's impossible for the defendant to be Master Mask.
Good job, you did it, Nick! No, something's wrong here.
That's enough! I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of thief.
But what's wrong, Your Honor?
I'm ready to pass judgment. Before I do that, do you have any further objections?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, not guilty.
Something's wrong.
Court is now adjourned.
Hold on, who's going to object? No one? Something's wrong here. Something's very wrong here. It doesn't seem like this is the right thing, but even so... Nick! You did it! You were right after all! Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself. Nicky boy. Oh, Mr. Light. I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Aw, shucks. Thanks, Mr. Light. I just know I'm blushing. Here, how about you pay me my fee as acting as a lawyer? Congratulations, Mr. Nick! Oh, Pearls! I've got a bad feeling about this. Who is this woman? Oh, she's nobody. She's just, You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh, she slapped me. Pearly. This woman is Miss Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife. Mr. Nick! Yes? You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client. No, you've got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you! Oh, double slap. Well, anyway, all's well that ends well, right? You got the sacred urn back, and the thief has been caught! You're so right, and it's all thanks to Nicky Boy here. But actually, it was you, Mr. Light, that brought us back our urn. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, please. You're embarrassing me. If we won the case, then why does this guy still look so glum? I'm the thief. Actually, what's the point now? What is it, honey? I did my best for you, Ronnie. I know that, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is...
Come on, give the kid some time. He's just got a little touch of the blues. You know that about feeling blue, right, amigo?
Mr. Goddo, what are you doing here?
Oh, come on. I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Wright.
Maybe you should learn my name before you call me buddy?
Well, playtime is over.
Huh?
Early this morning, the body of Kane Bullard was discovered.
Kane Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, buddy? Oh, shit. Don't tell me it was found in his office. Shit. Oh, that's why fact was written in red.
The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th.
1 a.m. on October 12th? You don't mean...
That's right, amigo. At the same time that a cheap Lalerne was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered.
So then, what are you doing here?
Oh, come on. You figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Or have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today?
Help me out with what?
On October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rhonda Light was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbued with utter rage.
But what are you saying? Imbued with rage?
Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Rhonda Light was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard.
An employee of KB Security?
It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is gonna be the noose that gets him hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi.
No way.
He can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred.
No, that's a lie. It can't be true. But I am a thief, I tell you.
Rhonda Light, you're going back to prison again. This time the charge is much more serious. This time you'll be tried for murder.
What? This can't be. This is impossible.
I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Wright. You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward.
Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two?
I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least let me have some fun while I'm here.
Wait. You keep saying you've returned from the depths of hell. Why? This guy, just who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced.
Well then, time to say goodbye to Mr. Delight.
Alright. And the amigo. Huh. Nick! How could this be happening? Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. And the one who established his presence at the scene was me. Ronnie!
Yeah, we're still not very good at female voices. We apologize, but...
Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny. Yeah, that's, not great. What the heck is going to happen next? Alright. Yes, let's save our progress, because we know we definitely wanted to do it. Oh, did we click no when we meant to save last time? Is that what we did? Probably. October 13th, 3:02, Wright & Co. Law Offices. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose, I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I understand. No, now here's the best part. Now we get to undo our own, Oh. That's what Goddo wants to do. He wants us to attack ourselves and pick apart our own thing. That's why he was doing that. Interesting. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we go get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to Crane Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm gonna bring the Sacred Urn back and have some people take a look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mystic Maya, you should stay here. I want you to spend some quality time together, full of love and happiness. That I'm sure that they will. We are going to quickly go ahead. We have an experiment running in the background and things. We do just need to take care of that one moment, so we will be right back. We'll leave you with the music, though. Okay, we have returned once again. Our apologies for that short interlude. But with that said, we should all be good and things to get back in. So yes, you want us to spend some quality alone time together? Pearls is so caught up in our fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Sacred Urn has been given to Pearls. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. Yeah, probably. What to do? So what do we do now then, huh? Well, isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder! Well, first we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located. Hey! Why don't we ask Miss Delight? She should know. Besides, I wanted to ask her some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? Not the same little Maya. I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy. Speaking of asking around, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention center, too. You must be relieved we got the Sacred Urn back, huh? Oh, you bet! But there's something a little different about it. I don't... me? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. But the urn we got back says Army, like it always used to. Yeah, you're right. Did it get broken again? Please tell us it got broken again. Because that's hilarious if that is the case. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. I doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mr. Army's name into I am. And the repair was one mechanically unskilled little Pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that the urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to the Crane Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to the Crane Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Crane to do their training, right? Yep. If you want to train to be a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So, why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, look, lately I've been thinking of heading into a channeling dojo to do just that. A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, for whatever that is. If you're going to train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? I mean, that is pretty fair. She was committed, or tried for murder while doing a channeling, so... That murder in her village happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the Karain technique, she will temporarily lose her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. It's worse. In those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. But that isn't even what happened! Yeah. That murder. It wasn't your fault, Maya, and you know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up. That's all. Sounds like being the master of Kurain is going to be a heavy responsibility. That it is. Well then, let's move. Let us move to... let's start with the Damask hideout. October 13th, Master Mask's hideout. We also should probably check that Ron wants us to actually be his, lawyer, but oh well. Oh, Nicky boy. Maya. Mr. Light. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick! She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Mr. Light had such a vulnerable side. Well, let's just talk about you, huh? Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not like him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit, he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that! Anyway, Mr. Light, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Mr. Light, I hate to say it, but you're the one who's living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief? The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? Aww. Alright, let's do it. So, was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl up into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. You fought back robbers? Yes, and they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running in to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please, stop it! He screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. High-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Why does one of them look like he's wearing a condom, by the way? The guy on the right, guy on the left, yeah, he's done it right. He's actually obscured his face. Guy on the right has just... It's a pair of tights, but it, you know. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself. He came to save me. A total stranger all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow. That's a great story. Yeah, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there is no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. So romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Aww. Is that thinking about Miles again? About when he saved him when he was a kid, when it was the kangaroo court thing, and he saved him from the money that was stolen and all that? Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. I already did! Why that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. Alright. Detective Acme? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean Ace Detectives? No, I'm fine with Ace Detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves? No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be Ace Detectives. There is nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to the Detective Acme's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously, the real Master Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah? And Detective Acme knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions? That's right, I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the Ace Detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that back there yesterday too, didn't we? There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Yeah, and KB Security? Mr. Light, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard yesterday...
Come on, don't tell me you don't know. Rhonda Light was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard.
Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Mr. Light doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away. By motorcycle, that is. Larry told me it takes about 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. About 50% faster than you should be, by the sounds of it. To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No, no thanks, I'll pass. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go there ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. You still, told us the location of KB Security, though. Alright, well, let's head over there right away, Nick. Looks like we will. Alright then, let's move to KB Security, I guess. We'll do that. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, jeez, what the hell is this? So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? Doesn't it look thick? Just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What does that got to do with anything at all? Hey, it's you guys. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made us look like real fools out there. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, it's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserved, pal. Ho, 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 ho. Or something to that effect. Hey, did I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gumshoe fits. Anyway. The point is, I could tell that someone puts their heart into their job. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes, I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Sure you did! Now if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating? Sure. Well, let's first of all get a sit rep from him. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay. But the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on! What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need your help. Okay, well, I'll tell you. Just, don't go start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Probably an object in this room. Happened in exactly the same time that Master Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Okay. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? Maya, it's in front of a safe, meaning it likely fell out of the safe. Well, there's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Oh, that is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him, and then when they opened the safe this morning, he came out. Really? Why is that? Never mind. Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape of where he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Bullard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right? Yeah. So, what happened to Master Mask? He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. No. I didn't mean him. He's the real thief, right? Anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy got just what he deserved. Now that's the detective I know and love. Think about it. Abby was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heists took place. I was hiding at the crime scene, he'd say. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen items he kept bragging about. Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Dear of Amon case? There was a witness on that one. A witness? Yeah, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys could keep it. What does it say? The Gem and Thief. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere but is that Ron? No! It's so small, it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it, paper clip added to the court record. Oh, shit! Oh, that makes so much more sense now. Hang on a second. Do we see it in this? No, we don't. Okay, there's a thing we've just realized. Prosecutor, I don't really like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So, who is the Java addict, master maniac anyway? Prosecutor Gatto? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere. That's right, he said it was his first case as a prosecutor. That it's true. Well, according to the records anyway, but no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court. A maverick that gives me the goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular. No, that's not what I meant. That other guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look and see what we've got. We got the safe then? Oh, think about it. I think I was laying in here all night. Yeah. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none. Well, somebody opened this safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah? And so? Well, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden in there, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? Yeah, I guess so. I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open this safe, pal. Yeah, and? Everyone that knows how to open the safe has airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost afraid to ask, but former security chief Ron Delight. What? Ron Delight? He was a security chief? Ron? So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. But wait, surely his keycard wouldn't have worked then. There's no way his keycard could have worked. They would have done it when he was fired, or he left. This rope, I think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think it was a rope that fell out of the safe, Maya. So you mean... Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the body was lying. You mean... The victim, he was killed by being crushed by the safe? Maya, she can't be serious, can she? Okay, what do we got then? Check out this big thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly backbreaking work. It's just a little hard on the eyes. Oh, what did you find out, Nick? This file, it's not about any sort of security operation or anything. This huge file is all about Master Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? Filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Huh? Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Terry Ramon, 100,000. It's like a list of all the treasures that Master Mask stole. So the 100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know. That number just sounds kind of low to me. I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Terry Ramon, 100,000. How much you paid for them? They came from here. These look like some kind of bookshelf / rolling cabinet hybrid. I can't get in between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. Looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess if one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Yeah, files all filled with data about the security job they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's reading, if you've got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little bit more exciting, like UFOs or something. What's this then? Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Oh boy. Maya. Hey, cut it out! Don't press that. Haha, that was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel, pal. Oops. You're right. It's written there. Right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible that on the night of the crime... Oh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? If he did, it was Larry who was on duty, so... Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. I think we better go and talk to the guard about this emergency buzzer. Right. Okay. Anything else? It's supposed to be the CEO's desk. Would have been a lot simpler. It's a lot simpler than I thought it would have been. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it. Oh, just for a second. Oh, it's nice. I feel like just like a CEO. Hey, you! Whip me up a cup of something really expensive, import tea and some scones. Move it! This is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Nick, I need a shower. Okay, what else have we got then? Wow, look at that huge framed photo! Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark, cloudy sky. There's a title written on the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? That was his best sunrise? Either this guy didn't get out enough, or he had a really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Yikes. Okay. Is there anything else here that we can investigate? No, does not look like it. Is there anything we want to present to you? I don't think so. Just check this. Tail of Amon-was a jewel. Crown of Bungora. It's 150,000. Left hand of Hades sculpture, $240,000. 500,000 painting. I mean, they're expensive, but they're not priceless. Yeah. Stolen, the gem and the thief. The precious gem, the tear of Amon, priceless. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Time of death. Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. What do we know about the guy, actually? Spider was found inside the safe. Do we know anything about him from you? Detective Gumshoe, can you tell us more about Shane Bluebard? It's Kane Bullard, pal. Oh, yeah. The victim in this case doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you weren't the victim up until Mr. you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Could you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbering like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick. Now is our chance to get more information about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Sure, yeah. Do you know much about him? Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard, then? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it, anyway? Well, the company basically sent security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work. Oh? And? I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grabber. Really? Me too! I just love money. I can't ever get enough! Please stop leaning towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Everyone who earns millions has done pretty shifty stuff. Don't pretend like they haven't. It's a lot of money. Let me go already. Well, apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Ooh, that is pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head operations against Master Mask. Wow, what, really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation kinda took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Can we present the blackmail letter to him, maybe? Let's find out. About this blackmail letter. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it too, pal. Why would Kane Bullard have been blackmailing Ron Delight anyway? Well, Mr. Delight used to work at KB Security, right? And what was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it! Maybe that's the same reason he's being blackmailed. Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now, pal. Oh, alright. Okay. Is there anything else we can present? Not really. Anyway, we can move. Oh, we can go to the security room. That will be nice. Alright then. Oh, for fuck's sake, Larry. What is going on here? Wow. This really is something else. For a security guard office, she doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Oh, I just remembered. Larry might be... Hey, Nick, what's up? So he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you too. I'm going to punch. Hi, Larry. Here I was, working my fingers to the bone, and in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya, but Nick here is a different story. Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then, and this is now. Larry, we're gonna punch. We will punch. So what is this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free. That's a bribe. I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest. Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like that. This kitten has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. You follow me? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Ron Delight was fired. And there was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out on work or to go and pick up hot chicks or something. No, Larry, that's just you. Alright, so how have you managed to hold down this job? So what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Well, let me tell you, it is tough. Well, you know me, I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eyes on these monitors, like, all the time. Monitors, huh? Yeah, there are security cameras set up in each room around the building. It's really hard. Like, sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I gotta contact one of the teams. What teams are they? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. And the night of the crime? You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why would you say that? This is just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment. And I am dumb. Even if it's part-time, and even if you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break! Don't try to pin the whole thing on me! That's not fair, Nick! Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, Larry! How can you be this inept? Oh no. I knew something smelt bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then and this is now, okay? Looks like I'm gonna have to break his Cyclox after all. Can we just break his knees? That works as well. Cyclox, knees, maybe it'd work out. Do we have enough to do that now? Let's have a look. Let's see if we have enough. Come on, Larry, you son of a bitch. Let's see what you got. The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, you were working hard like you were supposed to. Were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been here? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Mr. Light? But that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never! I didn't sneak out! I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1. Wow. Now that's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have any evidence that say I left my post, or are you just pulling my chain? The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened. Yes! It was found around the night of the crime. It wasn't found in here at 1 AM, which means that you weren't here. This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Oh, Larry, you hand-delivered this wallet to Mr. Light just yesterday. Give me a break! You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. Yeah. What time is it? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning? Yep, that's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. And what's that? My shift that day didn't start till 10 PM. The murder might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? Well, if the murder had snuck in before 10 PM, then it wasn't my fault. I was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he just doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 PM during your shift. Where is the keycard record? Kane's autopsy, camera data. Yeah, it would be Rhonda Light's office keycard. Right, sure. Larry, when you use this keycard, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show you the record to just anyone, you know. The keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that! Any kind of request for that info is supposed to go through me! Boy, does that sound a little bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 AM, the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this card to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 AM on the night of the crime. Right in the middle of your shift, Larry! Oh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibilities this time. Yeah, no! Night of the crime. Where were you, Larry? Oh, I knew it. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry. There was nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? What does that mean? Yeah. So, that was why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry! It's all my fault. How could I ever make it up for it, Nick? What could I do? He's curled up on the floor crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything? Just name it! I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear I will! Larry. Hey, Nick. As long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information out of him. Nick! Let's present you some evidence then. Ooh, there are no fingerprints on it. Can we see if it has been Yeah, the buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right! Just like my heart is connected to yours, man. Larry? Larry? Technically it's okay. Okay, it's fine, but can you stop being disgusting, Larry? Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks. I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Okay, let's talk about the buzzer then. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So it was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement, and the CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did! And I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. Do you think you could take one more look for me, pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. Alright, there's that. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could make a mistake like... What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? How, Larry? It can't be! It's impossible! Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once, in the morning, at around 1 a.m.? 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened! Really? Are you serious? Oh, it's terrible! It can't be! 1:02 a.m. Great. Okay. That's fucking brilliant. Anything we can examine in here? What do we got? We've got no clues here. Just these. Those screens show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them. All of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on those too? If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry. Hey Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. And how would you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking, it was a professional investigation, alright? Yeah, sure it was. What is this? Something is written on this poster in fine print. A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey thy superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute thy superior. 5. Buy donuts for thy superior upon command? It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with her real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, alright. Well, fortunately she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. So she works, Wendy works here then. So what are this? That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady. There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine. More or less. I mean, they really know how to build them, I guess. Larry? What is this? Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told never ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me.
Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, greenhorn?
So why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, then that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what will happen, huh? It's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Larry, you absolutely inept moron. Wow, take a look at these here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Did you just say, Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought it was just kind of some decoration or something. Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? And how has he kept the job? That's what we want to know. Yeah, alright. Well, that's... seems like we've seen everything from you. So, let's get out of here. We've already been here with you. Where else can we go? Guess we've got the hall? The Treasures of Karain exhibit is all ruined now. Maya, I'm sorry. It's just so sad. This is a big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the Sacred Urn back, maybe they can reopen it? Really? Sure. Maybe we can label it the Urn of Master Mask's Desires. That'd probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa! Whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow. That was surprisingly easy. Well, looks like we're gonna move on down to the basement then. See what we can figure out from here. What is in here? Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews. What's she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the Sacred Urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yep, it was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You guys really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Master Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Alright, what do you got to talk about then? I just heard about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along? Looks like that way right now. It's all my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring to master guard the treasure. Don't blame yourself, you were just doing your job. Hey Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that the Master Mask's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard, huh? I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the Sacred Urn after all. I guess so. Yeah, but that doesn't... What? So Master Mask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden in the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he said so that he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, and we caught him at the scene of the photo. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo, dressed up as Master Mask pretty well. I'm so glad that you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. But what is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? Wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Why would I? What did you do? Cyclops? Oh, boy. What do you think this means, Nick? No idea. It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. See if we can do this right now. Okay. Let's see. I've gone in and out then. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same as the urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn was submitted to the trial was genuine? Present this. Not currently. Doesn't look like that we have anything to say that it was genuine. I don't think so. Not that it's genuine. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues. Let's examine. Can we examine stuff here? What are you? A pathetic little wooden box. Ah! That's the box that had the secret urn in it! Don't touch it. There may be clues of the thief's identity on it. Ah, it worked so hard to make that box. Had you made that? Wait, didn't we see this one already? I was so proud. Yeah, we already remember this. Oh, Maya. If only Master had taken the box too. Did we just do the exact same stuff we did before then? Is that what we're able to do here with the Shishishto? Alright, so Atmi said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief, but that was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atmi was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm gonna take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Adrian, did you drop the sacred urn? Did you drop the sacred urn and it broke and you fixed it? But please be gentle with it. Because, look at this. Look at this. Looks like it might be been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part is shaped oddly and it's a bit shocking, and it's shocking pink. I don't see how the color of the paint is in any way important. I do, though. The statue wasn't where it was when we first came here, right? Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably Master Mask. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Army while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out! You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I guess the only other person we haven't been to is... the law offices? Is there anything here? Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. What did you expect? Now they know he was actually Master Mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe is nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working the murder case. Wasn't he in charge of the Master Mask investigation all the way up till yesterday? Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He said something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal." Thanks for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. Move. Let's go. Master Mask's hideout. No, we've already been here. Detention center, that's what we want. That's the only other place we can go right now. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see... On the night of the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Alright then. Let's have a talk. Mask de Mask. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask de Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned that the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Yes. The hee-hee-hee-wah-ha-ha-ha. Look at the take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself! Here I am, the tragic clown! I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Master Mask in this photo... Yeah, there's something really important about this photo. Very important that we're making an assumption on. It's gotta be Detective Atme. Yeah. So that night you didn't go to Lordly Taylor. You went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door. I mean, I'd been fired a year ago, so why this key card still worked and why I still had it, I don't know, but that's KB Security for you. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? Yep, like we thought. Then suddenly they bashed me over the head! Bam! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me! I thought I'd die myself! Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. Oh, that's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right! Okay. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there, for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that- I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick? All of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please, don't say that. Okay, so, here is- first of all, we'll go back to that in a sec. Here is our thoughts. This was found in Ron's room. Black Matter, if you don't want your true identity to be revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 AM on October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Now, the other day is a whole fun thing, because we know from here the tear of Emanon was was in fact blue. But more importantly here, take a look at the hand that we can see of Luke Atme. Luke Atme does not have his red diamond or red gem that he got. He got that red gem from re-getting the painting back. Now, here's what's important. Here's really important. First of all, this, not 100% sure quite what this means as to whether or not that's how much they were sold for, how much the security cost. It's something. It's some kind of insurance thing is our guess as it stands. This we're still not sure on, but we believe that the idea was this was sent to first Luke Atme. Luke Atme got this, panicked, and went, okay, I'm going to send this to, wait, no, because, yeah, October 12th, and bring that. So he had some time to do this. He got this. What he then planned to do was set up a situation. He sent this, and then he put himself on the security camera photo. The thing that is important about this photo here, it does not have the date, it only has the time. If it's only got the time, that explains why the army statue moved, because it had to look like the same day. For example, if the army statue was over that pink paint, then the pink paint means that, da-da, they can't have had the, they can't have, you know, if it would have looked different. And it'd be like, why in the security camera is there such a big discrepancy? So that's a thing. Because what actually happened that night is both members were in KB security. What then happened is Luke Atme killed Kane Bullard. He then, when Ron showed up, hit him over the head and stunned him. He then pushed the button expecting someone from security to show up to catch him red-handed. That's why the buzzer went off. Unfortunately, Larry literally was inept at his job, so that didn't happen. That's our thinking. That's our thinking on this the whole time. Alright, talk. Why were you fired, bastard? Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security?
How did you? I'm begging you! Please don't tell Desi! Please!
Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet.
Oh, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually.
Why have you been hiding it from her?
Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over.
Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place?
Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no object in the world that could bring in enough money. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least, that's what I thought anyway.
So he became Master Mask for Desiree, huh? Oh, that's kind of sweet. That is genuinely kind of sweet. So this would be your thing, right?
Hey! This is an article about my debut heist! Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my tail.
But Master Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared.
That's right! I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh?
Wow, that's awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is that you, Mr. Delight?
That's right. Neat trick if I do say so myself.
Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. Okay. Guard in the photo is Ron Delight.
But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective.
Detective Atme found the Master disguise? Huh. Well, that is interesting.
Yeah, and I heard that he brought it home with him.
So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this.
Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume.
That must have been really time-consuming, huh?
Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters.
But, wait, what?
You got them starting when?
Tell me more, now!
Hey, calm down! Don't get so worked up!
What do you mean? This blackmail letter. This is the first one you got? Is this the first one you got? No, of course not! But this is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity, just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all the trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a sec. What do you mean that you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. Wait a minute. $100,000. Oh, Luke, you bastard! You were using Rowan as a patsy! No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Yep. But plans? You got heist plans. What are these plans you're talking about? Well, they were instructions on how to steal a crown or a painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans for some incredibly kind person. Very detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful for the person that was blackmailing him. So Delight was Master Mask after all? But someone else was behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. So there's two things it could possibly be. No, it doesn't make sense for it to have been Kane Bullard who was the one who was planning it. Kane Bullard... Yeah, there's no way Kane could be the planner. It has to be Luke, right? Luke planned them, he'd then get them and pay off some money. 10% maybe? Yeah. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole in the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? So you went after the Sacred Urn because of one of those plans too, right? Well, see, truth is I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yeah, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Okay. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes? Oh, but please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya? Hey, Pearly! I'm back! Isn't it like a 2-hour train journey? You took 4 hours of train journey. Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time? Sitting on a train? The Sacred Urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Karain Village to have it examined. And, what did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Phew. That's a relief. I was really worried. But, there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches? They said that it's paint, and that they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick. We gotta find out how they got there. Okay. We'll find out how they got there. But please don't forget about me. Yeah, Sacred Urn. Okay. Alright. Alright then. We have a little bit more stuff that we can do. Now we move to... We want main hall exhibition, that's the one. Now we want to move. We want to go down to here. Ah, we've got new things happening now. Okay. What's happening now? Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. Okay, so look around one more time. Let's look at the box, because it's also got pink splotches on it. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the sacred urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. Alright, let's investigate again, Nick. A wooden box with the sacred urn, it has pink stains on it. Okay. And then this. It looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part is shaped oddly and it's shocking pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, it's the box the sacred urn was in? If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. A little bit of paint on the box, he says. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Okay. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it's a thing. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Okay, well, let's go ahead then and have a peek about here. We will move, we will present to you this. I want to present this. Let's go. Alright then, what happened? The sacred urn. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Yeah, we saw this already, so yeah. It's true, maybe it's a fake. Do you have anything to suggest that it was the genuine thing? Yes, I have the sacred urn. It's the genuine article. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to the Karain village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago, and now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Because it says army on this one, but in the treasure exhibit thing it says I am. Doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster? The poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says army. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I am? What does that even mean? I didn't know anything about that. I wasn't there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell me the truth. Wait. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not going to give up that last Cyclops so easily. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Yes, because we've got paint marks and the box. It was used for that. So, yes. We'll go for... Which one does it want first? Because, like, oh, did that paint come from there? Or do we go... Because we could go like, hey, look at this urn box. See how it's got paint on it? What does that have to do with anything? This. Let's start with one I think it's not, because I don't think it's this. Well, Miss Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? There is pink paint all over this urn. And there is pink paint all over the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. Or does it not matter? You can't weasel out of this one, Miss Andrews. But... Uh-oh. She's trying to make her escape. But you can get pink paint anywhere. Well, there is none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor. There's no proof that it's the same paint. Oh, come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint to the urn on the floor is this. This box. The urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. The paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted on it, doesn't it? Yes. So if you put the box in the impression of the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means that this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does justice, Mr. Wright. So that's why you felt so comfortable about replacing the shishishto. Alright, let's have a look at this then. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, this does make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible oh, not the sad music. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. No, you just fixed the urn. There's a difference. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I would imagine I can know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster for the photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box when I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground and I heard a terrible noise and thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. The broken piece of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of the Karain village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person? Real? Oh, Pearls. Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since. Okay. So, yeah. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue of Ami to cover it. The Ami face statue. Aha! Okay, let's have a talk about that then. The first time we came down here, it was on the night the sacred urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the wall or floor of the warehouse when we were there. Well, there was a good reason for that. On the day of the crime at around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it in where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. And at that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. She's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? And then who was it? Who would have done it and why? That is a good question. On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day, it was moved. But why? Updated in the court record. Well, that's just fantastic. But why? Why? Let's have a think. We think we know the answer to that and what it would be, but not 100%. But we're about 88%, we'd say. So it looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. But why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. So then why did another Master Mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? Yeah. The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but... looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Yeah. Something is definitely wrong with what was happening there. We're almost certain of that. Okay, let us save so we don't have to go through everything again, but we'll save there. Fantastic. Alright. October 14th, 9:41 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Ooh, we're in number 4 today. Isn't that great? Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial! Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? Ugh. They're having Detective Atme's trial today. Detective Atme? They say they're going to try him as Master Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Master Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Huh? Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please! Don't ignore me! Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. If someone stood up in a crowd and raised his voice up way out loud and waved his arm and shook his leg, you'd notice him. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer, do you? No! I'm just a poor thief! No, wait. That's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Yes, a thief can be poor. They just don't steal anything that's worth a lot of money and so continue to live in poverty. Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he's been following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the crime heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Ah, smart man. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Yeah, Phoenix knows, doesn't he? Courtroom number 6 now. Alright.
Let's go. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot.
Ugh, he's got the judge in the palm of his hands. Yet again.
Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That is all.
I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot.
Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right?
Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case.
Wow. Judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change.
The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. Hence the KB and KB Security is Kane Bullard. Oh, we just figured that out. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. of the previous day.
And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant.
Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness.
I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one, it's always the best.
Mr. Godot, your witness?
Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Ron Delight, has to say for himself.
The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objection? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
I remember when Mia was defending me, she always allowed me to testify so she could do this examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify.
Ha! You've got guts, Trite.
All right then, Mr. Ron Delight, please take the stand.
You did it, didn't you?
Yes. What? No, that's not true, that's not true!
For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with the face he's making. Once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin.
Ha! Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KBS Security?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. Oh boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened.
Okay. That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. That's it? That's it?
1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place.
The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ha! It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny.
What the fuck is your problem right now, Godot? You'd never know from the way he was chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Alright, let's see what we can get out of this, then. That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yeah, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock was also a bit...
1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct?
It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure.
The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. It ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
But does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, steal this or take that. Well, why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Wait, isn't it double jeopardy though? Like, is that a law here? There's a law in we know of called double jeopardy where once you've been tried for something, unless extensive new evidence that categorically proves to the contrary, you cannot be tried for the same crime twice. Or it's something along those lines, isn't it? Something like that? we think. Now, what should I do? Let's push harder, though. Yeah. So, what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said bring $50,000.
Money, eh? The perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway!
Oh, is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
That's an important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
Ha!
Muddy Mudskipper is out. A Muddy Mudskipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me any trouble or anything. Why? What? And just what were you being blackmailed about anyway?
The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole Master Mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullet didn't have anything on me.
He didn't?
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. So that's why Mr. Light didn't believe he was Master Mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago. Alright. You used to be a security chief for KBS, right? Yes, that's right.
Security chief? You?
And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? Perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say?
So is money, apparently.
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? Why were you fired? Why were you fired? You didn't actually tell us in the end. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well...
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that.
Okay, then I take it back.
Defendant, please answer the question.
Well, I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has lots of security info on all sorts of companies, and since I was a security team chief...
You stole some data, and sold it.
Mr. Bullet found out, and I was fired immediately. But they kept all my cards and security codes and didn't change any of the things around that were that I knew. Kind of weird, huh? What? I wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it a secret and made it seem like I'd quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you, huh?
So you admit that you stole data from your company? Is that correct?
Yes. I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Oh man, this whole thing took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and then blew up. Oh boy. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Do I have anything like that? Let's see what we can figure out. If it's only doesn't know that, I'm working with KB Security until it is. Wait, hang on a sec. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Blackmail letters don't scare him. But he was like, as long as nobody hurts my Desi! So he did have something that he could have used on you. So that doesn't make any sense. No, shit, that's not what we... Oh... Misclicked that. Bugger. Whoopsie! Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Sorry, Your Honor, I slipped. The blackmail letter I got ordered me to go there. The blackmail letter didn't scare me. Present. We want profiles. Desi. Hates criminals and cowards more than anything. You would have been in shit, wouldn't you? Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret.
A certain person?
Mm-hmm. Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Well, but I... Oh, listen to me! My Desi, she's...
Looks like we just have to sit back and relax. The fun will end before it truly begins.
God-oh.
Yes, we know. It's all your wife's fault.
What do you mean?
Mr. Delight sold company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him.
And that is how this murder came about. It's an interesting option for things. No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry!
Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in 20 minutes.
Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much.
The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears.
Yes, what happened? When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
Boom.
Suddenly I was hit on the forehead, and after that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Buller was lying there, dead.
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said the Master struck him on the head from behind.
Yeah, of course, since Acme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie.
No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked!
We'll find out if what you say is true or not during cross-examination.
Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend.
You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Well, we're just hoping at this point. Ugh. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow. Press. Who was this suspicious shadow? If there was 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you, trust me. His dodging of all our questions is not helping us win this case. Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at the time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Suddenly I was hit on the forehead. Do you have any way of looking at that? Your forehead. Yeah, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was amazingly fast and a powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Light even grasped what we were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Oh, we get to play the pronoun game. What is that? That. Could you please clarify to what you were referring to? Why, my Master Mask costume, of course.
Wait just a moment. Mask to mask?
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Master Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. Really?
What?
Okay. Yeah. Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either.
Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets.
I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just sort of slip your mind?
My 6th cup of coffee is staring at me coldly.
At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Master Mask costume. Why were you dressed up as Master Mask? Why, because I'm Master Mask, of course.
Well, what are you talking about? Master Mask trial is being held next door.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Master Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Yes?
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable. What the?
Yeah, pretty.
Why? Just why? What reason would you have? What were you thinking?
Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine?
What?
The answer is simple. When they're dirty. When they take them off.
As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer?
Ha! So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure, but decent.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you?
Well, yes?
Why am I the only one who is not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony.
Yes, sir? Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Wait. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it.
Ha! I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body.
That certainly makes more sense.
Yeah. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We've heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. We'll just draw it out of him. Yeah. Okay. 10 minutes. I panicked. Present. Let's present the button. Yeah. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
And what might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m.
Well, what?
If Mr. Rondelite truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard should have been coming his way.
Ha! Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there was a security personnel in that building.
He worked there, fuck nuggets. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There is no way he wouldn't have known about them.
But, as it turns out, the guard never came.
That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity is not something Mr. Delight would have known.
Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer was going off.
Have you even listened to the buzzer? That buzzer is extremely loud. There is no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is.
Conscious? Well, what do you mean by that?
Fine. Let's hear your theory.
Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
So what you're trying to say is...
Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. All to set him up.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is...
This is preposterous. It was the kid. Ron Delight. It's the one who killed... Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard.
Then who pressed the buzzer?
It was... the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button.
Yeah.
So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself? What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright?
I had to prove that the real criminal was at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who pushed the thing? Yeah, because there was no fingerprints on it. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. You can clearly see that there are no fingerprints on it. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for.
The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on this?
Absolutely not.
Hey, come on now. At least give it some thought to what you say before opening your mouth.
The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue.
Now I'm the one who's clueless.
This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left behind his fingerprints!
Ron Delight obviously wiped them off.
Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment.
He touched that button. I know he did.
The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Master Mask. And Master Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints?
Order! Order! Order!
It would seem I've been forced to eat crow.
I wonder what blend number crow flavored coffee is.
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger?
That was it, Your Honor. No.
What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden?
Ha! Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're onto you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to be respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond?
Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then.
Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent.
Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer?
To call the security guard. Yeah. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted.
Do you mean to say that the killer called the guard on purpose?
Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time.
Ha! What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in?
Not at all. No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer.
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guard came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer! Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder.
Order! Order! Order!
It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Twice. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Master Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're gonna drag that person in here right now. But who is it? The person who immediately coughed up all option of saying who they were, who gave themselves the perfect alibi. I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So, the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard.
Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard?
Look at me.
Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it.
Ace Detective.
Luke Atme?
You mean Mask did it?
Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Master Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime?
Well, they're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It is a capital crime subject to a capital punishment.
Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom.
Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, Master Mask.
Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty?
Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
A guilty verdict? As an alibi?
Indeed. You know, it's almost time.
For what?
For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial after all. If we're gonna stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one that committed the murder.
Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal.
Am I really sure about this?
Ha! A bet's only good when your life's the ante.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you! Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you! Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life in this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounded like... Mia? Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess.
Ha! So that's your answer, huh?
Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Alright, let's see how this goes. Oh, boy.
Well, Sir Detective Atme.
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you're performing splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who...
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant Luke Atme. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict just yet, please!
Well, Sir Lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom.
Who's this hoser? Oh, he's Canadian. Who's this hoser, eh? I don't know how to do a Canadian accent. My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme.
Accusation? You accuse Master Mask?
That man is not Master Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What, eh? Sorry about being sorry. There we go. There. Hey, what's all that? Who's there about, eh? Something like that. Is it something like that? We're not sure about the Canadian accent. It ends up going a bit Scottish. Very easily slip into the Scottish there. But we will save our progress. And sure, let's finish this trial. Why not? We don't need to do any more. Let us continue this damn trial. Alright. What do we got then on you? We got him back in, which is always good. That's a starting point, which is great. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive. Inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that the detective is the real killer? To be honest, We don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one that could have done it. But wasn't he at Lord Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. Give us one moment on the thing. We do have, unfortunately, another thing we need to quickly be right back for. Experiment looks like it might explode in a moment, so we'll be right back. Okay, minor disaster averted, thankfully. No explosions going on. Just had to turn a dial down. Oh boy. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Alright. Yeah.
Now then, this court is back in session. And Mr. Look at me, please take the stand.
Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. Oh goodness, we're still on the wrong screen. Sorry about that. Don't worry. You ain't missed anything, we promise. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Master Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. Oh, that's going to come in importantly.
You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask.
Indeed. It's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. Yes, this divine red diamond that you received the other day. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask? Of course!
Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On the 12th of October at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time?
One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge.
Thanks.
What have you got to say? Alright, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're listening. We're all ears.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi, huh? Yes. I was stealing the urn as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my very witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. How lucky for you, huh?
Yeah. It would seem the main point of the discussion would be this photo of the crime scene.
Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Mask to Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Well, I wanted to speak that in German. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing it's full of is his alibi. Alright, the alibi. Let's see what you have to say on that. I was stealing the urn as Master Mask, just as I announced I would. So this photograph is the proof, correct?
Indeed it is.
And the man in the photograph is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there is no way to tell who it really is.
What do you mean?
Are you saying that this is not in fact Luke at me? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Master Mask to create an alibi?
Oh, what an interesting idea.
Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice?
No, you don't have an accomplice. If Luke Atme was at KB Security during the murder, then the Master Mask in this picture has to be a fake. Then there really was an accomplice. Yeah, but right now I have no idea who it is. We don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just gonna are just what this guy wants. There's got to be another way, and I'm gonna find it. Alright then. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point.
That's right. It was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean that you sent the card out after you began your security watch, right?
Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target.
I see. You truly are evil, aren't you?
Yes, evil is what I am.
Hey, Nick. Isn't there something odd about this? Huh? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kinda odd. Ugh. The photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. Yeah. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct?
Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime.
The very thing that proves you committed the crime. You think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that.
Indeed. It turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad blue melody.
It looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's got to be something phony in that photo. The time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder. Alright. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you?
I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered.
I see.
Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the Master Mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Yeah. Still in the urn. I think if we press this again, they might have something interesting there. So, by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the very thing that proves you committed the crime.
Surely even you understand by now.
Lordly Taylor provided that camera. There is no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and this picture that supposedly captures it. It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? You bet there is. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture.
We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photograph that doesn't match my memory of that night.
Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny?
Or the lack of, in this instance. It's this. The funny part is right here.
Why, this is a blood stain! Blood! Now this case, blood! Now this case is getting interesting.
No, not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint. I can understand how you might get those two confused, but...
Oh, just paint. And peach-colored at that.
From blood to peaches. The judge sure does love going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen.
Well, Mr. Wright, what is this supposed thing to be in this picture instead of the paint?
That would be the statue of Army Faye. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Yeah, that was it. Well, there was a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, the golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it there where you first saw it. Yeah. It's, fun. If I myself was there that night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot, if this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there!
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting on the corner.
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally?
Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy, made out of gold. So yeah. It would have taken more than an accidental push or shove to move it that distance.
Ha! In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it?
Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the statue on the night of that crime?
Very obviously, it was Luke Atme. It has to be Luke Atme. He's the only one it could have been. The one who moved the statue is none other than Luke Atme. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions.
Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions?
Well, it's very simple, Your Honor. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy gold statue? The reason for moving the gold statue, here's where our battle really begins.
Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move the statue?
Well, the reason can be found here in this photograph. Luke Atme, you pretended to be Mask to Mask to create an alibi by showing that you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue.
A single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist?
It's only the time. It doesn't matter what the time is. You could have done that later that night. You could have done it at a different time. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what it means. On the night in question, Luke Atme went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time.
But what does that have to do with the statue being moved?
Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed besides the warehouse door?
Well,
The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint.
Exactly. Luke Atme had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place.
what the?
Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet.
Ah,
So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why are you using weird metaphors right now? Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match the way it hadn't been in the photo. Which makes a lot of sense, yeah? Yeah.
Order, order! Mr. Atme, is this true?
One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this?
What's that?
The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by Lordly Taylor's staff. However, the program used to manage the data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Yeah, that's not great.
Order, order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I've warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down.
My 11th cup.
Oh, we had the jazz again.
Let's go. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial, which means I'm still good to the last drop.
However, the defense has a very good point.
A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points.
I think he got his points mixed up with his other points.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match? It's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied.
Which is?
That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
Well, that's very true.
No way, don't fall for that one, Your Honor. Come on, that doesn't even make any sense.
Hey, Mr. Damask.
Yes?
If there's no funny business in your actions as Master Mask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn.
I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box on Zivari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. Then I handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That's pretty much all the stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave.
Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time?
Zavari?
Very well then, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination.
Fucking, we have been looking at this for the longest time. Please take good care of that speckled urn. Speckled urn, eh? A speckled urn, broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight. Naughty boy. Yeah. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had heard of my Zavakling reputation. I see Miss Andrews is still attracted to weirdos. You better watch out too, Maya. The urn was placed in a box in Zavari. It was then sent to the warehouse. You mean this box, right? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn. And she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh, interesting new tidbit. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, look at me, had no information whatsoever slip through my fingers, sir. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. You mean this calling card? That's right! That is it! Without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Yeah, of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I then handled security by myself to ensure that crime would go smoothly. Then no one entered the basement warehouse? Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hand for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. No, you didn't, bitch. Fuck off. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask the Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course.
Is there a problem with that calling card?
Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask the Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink paint on the sacred urn.
Yes, that is true. But so what?
Truth be told, there is no way that Master Mask could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains.
Paint stains?
And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Trite.
The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say, error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn.
You can't be serious.
And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder is no longer holding water. Not bad.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh?
I'm on my 15th cup, right? Ha! It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Master Mask. And now we're calling him a murderer? You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point.
No, come on, Your Honor, please! Please! Don't fall for everything he says!
You say that Luke Atme was the one that killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that?
An excellent point. Huh? Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. Might you, my merry murderous motive manifest? Might you, my merry murderous motive manifest? Nick, he's getting his second wind.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder.
The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective?
Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear.
Oh? Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motive was?
I'd be honored to, Sir Oldtimer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious, but you shouldn't fucking know about any of this because you weren't here for the whole thing! Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Dig me a nice big deep hole, please.
Yeah.
I, Luke Acme, had no point of contact whatsoever with the victim. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite inexcusable. The defendant truly believes he is Masked of Mask, and that is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy.
So the victim Kane Bullard blackmailed the defendant?
This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. The handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
What? Okay. Found him on the light, written by Bullard. So it is basically what we were looking at. It's just, it's not actually going to the right person. That's it.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a think then. Yeah. Yeah. I, Luke Acme, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. And who in the world is going to prove that?
I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Acme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report.
Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security?
Nope.
That was blunt.
In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error. That wasn't what I meant.
Just who did the victim mistake Mr. Master Mask to be?
Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Press harder. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Don't you already know that? Zavari, take a look at this newspaper.
Oh, that's the famous Tear of Manon, a magnificent jewel.
That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant.
Oh, the defendant?
The victim clearly misread this article, and Zavari. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Master Mask.
I see.
It's an unusually reasonable deduction. Yeah. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. I don't think it was, because... You mean this blackmail letter right here?
It says bring $50,000.
And the handwriting is, without a doubt, the victim's?
There's no mistake. We have an official report that to prove it.
But I don't see an address on the letter anywhere.
Addressee?
This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up to the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant.
I wonder. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Yeah, it's not. It's meant for Luke Atme. Whoa, do you have any evidence for that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? No, I am not. Fuck you. Give me that. Present. No, hang on. There we go. Present. I want to present the blackmail letter to you. Because I don't think that's right. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction?
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that.
Do you want to talk?
At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior?
Indeed. Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradiction evidence that shows it.
It's the, the newspaper clipping. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping, because it's a blue diamond, not a red one. He got the red one for the last painting he found. It contains a picture of the Tear of Ammon, the stolen jewel.
What about it?
The problem is this jewel's color.
Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself.
According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Ammon that Master Musk stole at all. And of course it's not.
And your point is, Mr. Trite? So are you trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? Is that what you're trying to say? Right, Trite?
That is what you are trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, is that what you're trying to say? Right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single mask-to-mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward.
A jewel?
Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. The red diamond ring! That is the diamond referred to in this letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. That it seems he did.
Order in the court. Order, I say.
It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite.
Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that.
Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke Atme? Are you for real?
Yes. Yes, I am. Come on, Nick. Stand up to him.
Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contained the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world.
Yes, it certainly does.
Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. The question is what is that? An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity?
That's it. Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atme so desperately wanted to keep secret was his identity as a blackmailer. Luke Atme was a blackmailer.
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullet was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
You have to admit that does sound a little odd. It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullet was blackmailing Luke Atme. That he most certainly was. But Run Delight was being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yeah, just a few days after the Tear of Amon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. They were incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually Mask the Mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Ron Delight? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Mask. Well, yes. Ron Delight started receiving plans from his second heist onwards, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed this first crime.
That's a good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
In that case, let's have some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Ron Delight was Master Mask?
That would be the fact that you can see God in the photo is Ron Delight. He says that, doesn't he? Yeah. Yeah. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean by this newspaper clipping? It is a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. It seems that Master Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
That sounds far too stupid to be true.
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Master Mask was really Ron Delight. Wasn't he supposed to be Master Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy bastard.
What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective.
Why, how dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective, and also Mask to Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you! How dare you! A big mouth, you're foolish, I say! None of you can compare to my genius, you're all just jealous, so go on! Desecrate me, commit with me! There is just... It's enough to make one laugh!
It would seem we have finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme.
Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
Oh, fuck's sake. What now?
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Plus, it's not that fast, look. See, I can hit that without even looking.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
But that's my job.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't sharp enough, Wright.
What are you...
It's true that you proved a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lovely Taylor the night of the murder.
That's right. That's why he was the one who killed Mr. Bullet.
But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
Oh, what's that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene.
Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No way! Ah!
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright?
This is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer.
That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense can't prove it. The only thing we've got is we have to work on the idea of he has to think he's won. We need Luke Atme to spill information that he shouldn't know. That is the only thing we can do. Anything he says about anything that he should not know about is the only thing we can do. That is it. That is the best option we have. So that's probably it, really. We can't prove it. I can't prove it.
Just as I thought.
You didn't think at all, Your Honor. But if we hear more from Detective Atme's testimony...
Objection!
Shit.
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite.
What do you mean?
I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten? Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as Master Mask, even though we've just proven that he isn't Master Mask.
No. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as the Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Okay.
Order in the court. That is enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence, and by then it'll be too late. Huh? Why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. Well, for the exact... he could be tried again for a different instance of the same crime, but not that same crime. So, for example, if you get away with a murder, or you're found innocent of a murder, that doesn't mean that you can just commit murder. That just means that you can't commit that murder. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else.
Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Master Mask, which means
he will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
No way!
The fact that you are unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer.
Despite the fact that we've had cases that go multiple days? Shit. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atme, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. As long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. And are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every day. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you...
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets. That voice. No way. She's back. Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia. This is the true power of the Karain channeling technique. I know this is really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia. Hey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out at the end, yes.
Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Nothing.
Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at me.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you...
Very well then. Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please, give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. All right. Okay. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was one Delight. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, that was abundantly clear where he was. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he had sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zavari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
Oh, you done fucked it up a did.
This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well.
The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything.
But of course.
But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
The police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer.
Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer?
I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Look at Me's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a sec. Just one chance to...
Ha! It seems that the party's about to begin.
Well, Phoenix, is there any evidence that contradicts with that testimony? So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it.
Cup number 17. The last cup? Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial.
I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence? Which means all I can do is find the contradiction remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance.
We know where it is.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
The last testimony. Alright. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. That is fine. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. Don't care. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. Don't care. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Rhonda Light. Good for you. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. Yes, it was. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Yes, you looked at the things. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Hold it! Mr. Atme, about this last remark.
You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement.
I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot.
What?
Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that is what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof to... More likely your deduction proved that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean by that?
For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty.
When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Master Mask when he went to the scene of the crime?
That was...
It was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was still looking at me with a cold stare.
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know about this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way that you should have known about that! You were in the next courtroom being tried as Master Mask. So then, enlighten us. Just how did you know about this piece of information? Well...
Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand.
And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out.
Only one? Only one way, you say?
Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme.
It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head.
Just what are you implying?
Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight.
Impossible,
Boom. Yeah. He saw. Detective Atme, you saw Master Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what one was wearing. Who's exploding? Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown!
That's the same line you gave yesterday.
But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Well, that was fun.
What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Acme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Acme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime.
And to that end, he came up with this plan. To use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi.
At any rate, it would seem we have finally found the truth.
Excuse me?
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me!
Oh, I didn't realize you were there.
Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict?
I know. You never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am Mask to Mask!
Huh?
So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy?
Now that you mention it,
I've been careless.
Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now?
now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty.
Hooray! So Ron gets to exist as Mask to Mask through double jeopardy. Oh, what about... Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Mr. Mask after all. Indeed. Defendant lobby number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Kurain channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Alright. Maya. Mia. Mr. Wright! I don't know what to say. Well, congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, no. Now that all this has happened. Come on, just be happy already! Maya, you've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Master Mask to boot! But in exchange, I lost everything! Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Master Mask? I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything! Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals! I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have had any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became Master Mask? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken ball can never be put back together! That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? We can go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I wish you'd check with me beforehand first, but hey, Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there is always a way to put it back together. In fact, actually, is it Japan or China that does it, where they make it an art form, where they inlay it with gold so that it becomes almost a pattern piece for it? The sacred urn? Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that. But, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really Master Mask either. Miss Delight, what are you going to do now? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy? Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya! Congratulations! Oh, talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife, in front of Mystic Maya! No, I'll never forgive you! Never, ever! Why? So, just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Aww. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Aww. That's sweet. The Stolen Turnabout. The end. Alright, well, with that, recipe for a turnabout. A brand new episode has been added. However, let's go ahead and just save our progress. Let's do this right now. Save data there. Yes, save the data. Okay, we have definitely saved at this point in time. And with that, we also as well go ahead and bring a close to this stream and this stream for the week, which is all absolutely fantastic with everything involved. Now, where is half of the stuff that we're supposed to be having? Give us a moment. Open a thing. There we go. That's where we put it. But yes, that has been a lot of fun for things. This is opening. There we go. We're just getting the outro sorted. Don't worry about it. We're vamping. Today's been, it's been a bit scuffed. But, you know, could we ever say that you'd always be perfect? No, no one could. But that was a perfect end to a case, that I think we can all say. And with that, we are all done and things here. We hope you'll stick around for the raid of our own. We hope that you've all enjoyed, have found and followed us. But for next time, we're Ultrasonic Blur. You've been a fantastic audience. We'll see you next time.